Welcome to today's presentation of 2YMM, 2 Years of Mario Maker, which we are still remarkably on after many streams. The total set consists of 50 levels, and this is going to be number 40. So we have 11 to go. We'll see how much we can get through today. And possibly there's a chance of finishing, but it depends on how we do in the time that is available. So today we'll be beginning with Boo's Bloopers and Bones by Jeffy. As with all of the other selections, the level codes and the descriptions are on the website that is linked in the chat. And a description for this one says, on his last visit to the beach, Mario stepped on a blooper. Damn, did that hurt. Luigi even had to pee on it to ease the pain. Needless to say, Mario is out for revenge. We must solve this problem once and for all. Join our plumber on his over-the-top rampage to take out the innocent offspring of those bloopers. May the world be once and for all rid of this species. So it's going to be a baby blooper level in some capacity. Let's see how it goes. Well, Boo's Bloopers and Bones, that's exactly as we heard. There is somewhere that you can go through this one-way panel at the very start. I don't know if we want to try that yet. Possibly that's just for a reset. That is for a reset. Probably in case you run out of little bloopers to bloop. And yeah, have to watch this pattern fairly carefully because the Boo will otherwise be protruding at the top of the stack, and that would not be good, especially if you don't watch the Muncher pattern in a stack like the one that we just saw. A pretty interesting stacking pattern. We don't really see that many uses of the baby bloopers. Even generally. Seems to be a fairly underused element. But it's all just a series of timing checks. Also noticed the presence of one pink coin somewhere along the way. Whoops. Well, let's see about that. And we'll have to wait for everything to come up slowly and steadily. And yeah, this guy, I'm going to watch this pattern just a little bit longer. It seems like at the end of this second dip here, that's ideal. Okay, much better. Looks like we need to survive on a series of bloopers. There are 2 stacks available, but I do not count on having much access to the bottom layer. We probably could have just gone straight over that one. But that's okay, we'll continue. Gain just enough height over there to let this go all the way down. Not exactly speedrunning this anytime soon. So a second bounce is consistently getting me a little bit too close on that sideways area, but there will be enough variance there with my timing that we will have to just figure that out on the fly and perceive it accurately. I'm of course looking at things like the spawning consistency of some of these patterns, and depending on how you scroll in. Doesn't seem to make too much of a difference here though. Whoops, let's be careful. This is another reset point. Also, big blooper over there. The coin seems to indicate that I can actually survive that, which looks very dubious. But let's try it. Okay, that's how the overlap goes. Interesting that there is that reset point then. I think maybe that's to account for the potential SD lock of hitting the blooper and then going left. Coin here. Let's see what that's all about. Okay, I'll just about hitting that as a target. This is going to be a bit of a blooper rodeo, rather. We'll just pop over to the other side, hit the checkpoint, and a mushroom check. And here are the bones that we've been hearing about. Very interesting pattern. Whoops. Okay, so for the pink coin, we would have to have gone up top. Well, this is right after checkpoint. We can perhaps take it out and try to redo it. If we're really curious, I'm really curious. And given that the trampoline should be able to give me some access to that. Nope. Not even close, actually. Is there... Yeah, if you go back, you can reset by going back into the pipe above the checkpoint. So you don't need to take a death to do it. Oops. It seems like the way to do it is to hit the POW when you're as close as possible to it at the top of the blue platform track. Because then you're not stuck on the blue platform for so long when you need to, whoops, take everything else. Well, that is a moot point because it dropped, so let's reset this and go back. Notice the use of pipe stacking there to make sure that is just a reset point instead of something that takes you back to the previous room. It's totally doable with a similar timing. You kind of catch one of those little bloopers on top. And Super Boss, welcome back. And thank you so much for the raid. Let's give you a quick shout out here. Have to type in your name all the way down, but let's do that for just one moment. And I hope the Minecraft stream went well. Can you let me know what you've been building? No, bad idea. That is close, though. We can probably figure something out that will work similarly. No, I think I need to go much earlier. And Rome's Jones, welcome. So for those just joining us, I'm just experimenting with the spot here because I'm trying to grab a pink coin that is to the top right, and it is obstructed by an invisible block if you go for the door first. So I do need to get some kind of bounce off of this guy. And survive it afterwards, of course. Oops. Yeah, if you kind of catch the last blooper at the top of that pattern, I think it is possible, but we'll have to figure that out. And Super Boss, you were playing modded Minecraft, I see. It's going to be tricky to get this one. I mean, I think this is going to be the way to do it. I see no clear alternative. Actually, my timing was a little too soon. I do want the platform to be partway going down, so the opening is available for me as early as possible. Ah, okay, so you're just kind of stacking mods as you go. Overdrive, welcome. Whoa, okay, that's not how to do it. It's a little bit late. There is a particular spot where I want to catch the bones at the top of its pattern as well, I think. That's bad. That's bad. We need to go back to reset that one, or just take a death. Yeah, there's a particular synchronization between the falling platform and a dry bones. That allows me to catch it nice and high, and then possibly bounce over. I'm not going to try it too many times, because it just seems like such a very finicky timing to figure out to go for that coin. Nope. Too close. I do need to jump. Let it get that second bounce nice and high. The bone's positioning does need to be fairly high when it gets bounced by the POW. That's probably the thing that makes all the difference. Nope. Okay, let's just give up on it for now. Let's just continue and admit defeat. When it comes to that key coin, it's the one and only key coin. I see. You do need to keep it alive for this whole sequence. Have to catch one little blooper at a time to go over a series of pipes. And yeah, Super Boss, do get some rest. Gotta keep yourself healthy. Okay, that's fine, that works. Oh, that's interesting. Look at that effect of the Muncher being something that's coming out of the pipe and looks sort of buried just because of the semi-solid placement as well as the blooper stacks disguising it. Luca, you're saying this is the best blooper level you've ever played. It is very unique. But I did miss the pink coin just now, as you could see. And then, oh, nope, that was a bad idea. I didn't really think about what was going to arrive there, even though it was only going to be one thing. Yeah, have to get nice high jumps and then drop with good timings. Sustain myself all the way over to this massive blooper cloud. And that's going to scroll onto the screen. Wonderful synchronization here. Oh, that's the key door for the key that we missed. We probably should have stayed somewhere else in that. Very interesting segment, for sure. Notice, by the way, that if you had collected the key coin before this checkpoint, that it would have been key death. So, functionally equivalent to just collecting a key rather than a single coin. I think having a single coin there, the only thing that sort of makes it different from having just a collectible key is that at least a level signals to you in the interface that there is going to be one collectible. So you kind of know that in advance. Mechanically speaking, there isn't necessarily a reason to go to coin over to key, but in the case of this kind of secrets placement, you can see how it might help. Okay, let's ride the eye this time. Actually, the boost stacks are going to be terrifying enough that we probably should go up top. But there's going to be something on every track, basically. So we'll have to figure out how to navigate this. It's a little difficult to predict the positioning that is going to work out here. But we'll try to figure out something functional. Okay, up we go. One other thing to note is that because of the track design in Maker 1, the tracks in the background are much less visually obnoxious than they would be in Maker 2, where you have a lot of solid lines everywhere, rather than having dotted lines that kind of have this semi-blend with the background of the theme that you're in. So anyway, this was it. We missed all this, but it's fairly clear what the pathway was. I just had no idea how to make that one jump. Very nice having the bird effect. That is one of the effects I missed the most going into Maker 2, so Oh, that is an excellent blooper level. We'll go on for now, instead of trying to beat my head against that 1 pink coin. We haven't skipped very many bonus exits, but at least we kind of understand how that one is going to work. It was just going to be a lot of trial and error there, and also having to one-shot the second segment after that, which, once you know the pattern, is not too bad, especially with the key door letting you out a bit early. So let's move on to the next level. For those of you joining us a little bit after the start of the stream, the level codes and descriptions here in Mario Maker 1 are available on the linked website in the chat. Next level is going to be Quick Hot Trick Shot by a very familiar maker to us, Julian. Let's punch in that code. Julian made a very memorable Big Mushroom level in 1YMM, as well as a fantastic Morton level in 4YMM. And in both games, he's often kind of a specialist in easy or thematic levels that are still conceptually very audacious. This one is going to be more on the expert-leaning side with a clear rate of 1.69%. And thank you, Luca, for the GG. So Julian's contribution in 2YMM Quick Hot Trick Shot says, this level is mainly about Podoboos, also called lava bubbles. Mario is trapped in a volcano and it seems like there is no way to escape. But maybe he can somehow control those Podoboos, which are actually not supposed to leave their path. Quite tricky, but possible. Can he escape? Which sounds oddly like the Morton fire stomping mechanic that he uses in 4YMM, but of course we'll see how this looks with completely different tech in a completely different game. Back when there were no slopes, exactly, so the deflections, you would think, would be quite different. Okay, so nowhere to go here. You just have to wait for the bomb with that timing. Whoops. Now, Julian is a maker who is quite good about using the boundaries of the screen in very interesting ways. The POW is going to be some kind of blocking piece, I think. Something was shooting fire at me. The POW could also kill things, but we probably don't want to do that. We can use the POW, but notice that you have that sort of diagonal deflection off the POW instead of having this go straight back and forth. So, given the diagonal there, let's see how this goes. We wanted something similar to that, to bounce this up here. That's really the only one we can hit so far, and eventually we'll need to bump this to release something else. The bomb is going to open up this blaster. The blaster is going to fire probably more fire to the left. If we let it through, it opens up this bomb to the left, and that's going to be our passageway. Notice this column that's placed here to sort of imply visually that this is your landmark to look for. Didn't exactly work the way I wanted there because we were a little bit out of that position, but I think visually this is kind of a nice touch to have a pretty clear landmark to aim for, so you're not just doing things by trial and error. Okay, here we go. Not the column. Really? Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, this looked like a pretty clear deflection location. There was this thing here, too. This doesn't seem to take me anywhere interesting, though. Anyway, that's going to be a POW check. And, okay, that's going to be a one-way pipe trick. have to look out for that stuff in this game. I often don't really think about that possibility very consciously, even though I know it's supposed to be there. This shell, no reason to bump it yet, I don't think. That's just there as a replacement. Yeah, these are not ending up anywhere else, although I think if you jump around, you can continue to load them even higher for some reason. I don't know why you would do it, but... Okay, might as well check this one. I doubt this is doing anything for me here, but there is a vine. No, not really anything we can do just yet, so let's see. We are going to be doing some kind of deflection. Using probably the fire here. We're going to guide this fire to the bomb. Except that's just going to freeze it. No, we need to... make sure we get some kind of fire release. Unfortunately, the camera position is not really going to cooperate with me here. We need to not only elevate this, but scroll up. Feels like one of these is supposed to fire something at me. Let's see. I mean, we can also just kind of hit the bomb. No, no, we can't. Let's see. I'm sure I'll figure this out. Just going to take a moment to think about the possibilities here, given that the camera is only going to go up so far. It is going to be some kind of fire deflection. You know, I actually need the piranha plant to shoot at a different angle, like this angle. And then we just raise it. We were at too low an angle. So it's actually fairly simple. Surprisingly simple. And we just need better timing. Like right when this comes within the block or so. Very nice angle on that. That's going to let me down and allow me to proceed in this room here. There we go. That's going to be another deflection, probably using this. That's going to sink it. Oh no, that's going to give me something. And yes, it's going to be using the piranha plant then to guide this one over. Very nice. And then this is going to open that up. Great. It's sort of interesting how the limitations of the Maker 1 camera logic are being used to this level's advantage in terms of when it reveals new information. Because, as most of you know, Maker 1, unlike Maker 2, scrolling up does depend on you having a landing location or a vine to grab onto or some kind of stopping point before the camera moves with you. And so, we've run into that as a puzzle mechanic a few times, but also as a form of deception. Anyway, something is killing the fire up top, so we'll just try to bump it like this. This level was the inspiration for your Podoboo level. I think I remember which one, Luca. No, I want to deflect it on the way back. That's what I want to do. Or do I? It'll require 2 bounces, I think. Because otherwise it's going to come out the one-way panel, which is not what I want. That's just going to take it all the way over and hit the ice. I do want to bump it, but then I want to bump it back. No, maybe not. No, I needed to bump this quickly twice, I think, to get that deflection to work. Tuba Tomato, welcome. And Tuba Tomato, yeah, I've never played Maker 3DS. This is just on Wii U. But 3DS is pretty limited in terms of sharing options. There is a selection of Nintendo-made levels in it, though, that you can't really find anywhere else, and I know that there are some people who specialize in that. We've seen some good makers in Maker 2 come out of the 3DS game as well, so... It has some legacy, but I think it doesn't get much coverage for a reason. The 3DS in general is also just kind of a fussy system to try to stream, so not really surprising that we just don't deal with it. We're going to bring this on top. I feel like we can actually have a pretty specific timing here to get this to work as a blocking piece, but yeah, I don't know if I have much control over that. We're going to hit timeout. So yeah, that's okay. We figured out a lot of stuff, so restarting from scratch isn't going to matter too much. I have a decent sense of some of the positioning I'm going for. I may as well let this one go until we get a favorable angle on this. Or we could just let it despawn and come back and fire another one straight, because then we have a little bit more control over the angle. There we go. Just like that. Nope, too soon. I wanted it maybe one space over. Samuel, I didn't know that it actually used the Street Pass feature on 3DS. I used a Street Pass feature on 3DS quite heavily for some other games. But, of course, I just had no sense at all of Mario Maker 3DS. I often forget that Mario Maker 3DS exists. Up we go. There we go. Just spent about 100 seconds on that. That's much too long. But we'll try to make up for some of that with the solutions we already have. Wonder what the killing mechanism is up top for dispensing with the Podoboos quickly. There are a couple of possibilities for that I can think of. Tuba Tomato, Street Pass still works if you are with other people who use Street Pass. It is not something server dependent, it's purely just a peer-to-peer signal. However, there were some kind of permanent, not permanent, but sort of Nintendo-run Street Pass servers that they would occasionally set up in public places like certain airports and such, and those went out of service quite a few years ago. Where they had a partnership with some American airports and such, for instance, so you could kind of have a Street Pass check-in with other people who happen to hit the same node. But the kind of peer-to-peer Street Pass with people who you are just in signal range of, that still works as long as other 3DS users have it active, which is rarely the case anymore, which is too bad because I traveled enough with my 3DS that I actually filled in a pretty good chunk of the map. And here we go. Of course, it was also a huge battery drain. If you're in a public place with lots of people who do own a 3DS, like if you sort of went to any kind of esports event in that era, or to a theme park, or do anything like that, your 3DS would actually just kind of fill up with pings right away, and the system would just be blinking angrily at you with the battery light for quite some time afterwards. What am I doing here? No, I want to go up here. There we go. And yeah, I remember as well that there was a particular point in time when my Street Pass hits just suddenly dropped precipitously, probably around the same year that the Switch came out. And okay, let's guide this. That's going to open up. And we'll wait. And go. Okay, this was where I timed out earlier. I mean, not much to do except wait for the next one. And try to catch up with good timing. Once again, I was using this mushroom platform column as my guide. Like, I was dropping specifically when the fire was passing that guideline, and look, we were just barely off the checkpoint on a previous attempt. Sort of interesting that the clear rate on this one is so low, considering that it's actually fairly gentle in terms of not killing the player. Okay. Oh, no. That's still not going to do it. That's still going to go way up. So let's just try that little mini game again. I can imagine a lot of people dying to time out for sure. That once again, not quite what we need. There we go. Dead center. That's going to give it a nice push. And a pretty smooth deflection over to that bomb on the right. That's going to be guiding a lot more fire. I guess we'll probably open these gates like this. That's a downward push. Whoops, nope, missed that. That was almost correct. And this is probably still theoretically salvageable. Here we go. So a little more lenient than I thought, even though you were supposed to push this up. Whoops. Okay, let's guide this one over now. I have to have a slightly earlier timing on that. Nope. That's just going to go all the way over here, and then where do we take it? We need to take it up there. Do we have a blocking piece that I can use? Yes, the POW. I should grab the POW before we proceed there then, because that will be necessary. And forward. And then we'll try to column. Oh, not quite. Not quite. Probably need to use the cloud, in fact. Might have been more reliable. We've got 60 seconds to sort that out. Let's despawn it. That's enough of a run that the despawn is not much of a problem. And Joseph, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Is that a good angle? No. I did need to be probably directly on the cloud. I was thinking of using the column. It's either the column or the cloud. We previously used the column, but it doesn't appear correct here, so it's a pretty specific slot that we're aiming for. That's maybe a little too far. No, that's gonna go. 10 seconds, though. I'm unlikely to do much with this. Checkpoint, checkpoint in 2 seconds. Can we do it? No, we can't. And Joseph, welcome from Mexico. Hope the weather is fine down there. Okay, let's redo this room. We know how this is going to go at this point, so not too much of an issue. And indeed, a couple of things we can probably do much more cleanly. I really do love the reuse of this segment here, in terms of having 2 completely different patterns. No, we needed to slam this down. Used a muncher to move things downwards, but as we discovered before, this is salvageable. Maybe. Because, yeah, the big muncher was supposed to slam that down, and this one was supposed to push it back up. That's okay. We need to POW before I do anything else, so let's go back to get it. And to a tomato, you did not end up getting Maker 2. I would doubt that a 3rd game happens until the platform that is the successor platform to the Switch. Because it's very rare that Nintendo will, split the player base over the same generation. Oh, we can just wait for this as well. It's just going to hit automatically without me doing anything with the POW. So never mind, this blocking piece was actually completely redundant. Yeah, the exception is Splatoon in terms of having multiple installments in a generation, especially for a multiplayer game. So I'm not expecting Maker 3 anytime soon, to be honest. I think it's going to be a long wait. I do expect one eventually, but I don't think it's going to happen within this console generation. But a lot can happen, just given that the Switch is going to be well on track to be the longest console generation ever for Nintendo, at least at home. There has never been a year 5 of a Nintendo console that has looked this strong in terms of the lineup, so we needed to bump this earlier to deflect that up to the bomb right away. Let's despawn that. Let's look at this once again. I need to stomp on this, actually. We're going to stomp it downwards. No, I guess not. I needed to block it, in fact. Because, yeah, usually this would be around a time in the lifespan of a Nintendo system, even for a huge seller like the Wii, where things would begin to wind down very noticeably and the software would just begin to dry up. But the Switch is looking busier than ever in 2022. I probably want to use that POW once I have access to it, which I don't. At least not yet. Can I stop this? Yes, I can. Yeah, that's the easy way to do it. That's the obvious intended way. I don't know why I didn't try a bit more of that earlier. We will have to now guide another one. I'm probably going to set this up. No, I wanted to bump it to the right over here. Not quite. Yeah, this one isn't so clear to me. Whoops, let's get another helmet. And Samuel, you've got to head out. Yeah, thanks for dropping by anyway. I hope things have been well for you and your super world, which we still need to get to when I find more time for Maker 2. Oh, whoops. Where else can we... You know what? This allows me to grab the POW. That's something that we should consider. That's going to be much more useful for a blocking piece. because then we can also block here, and perhaps use that to progress. Yeah, because that's... Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's reset. Oh, interesting. That's not the reset room I expected. I guess a lot of the destructible blocks would have had finds in them. Anyway. Yes, this previously had a block destroyed, so it does save your progress. But interestingly, it saves your progress only for the blocks that are kind of relevant to the objects that you're using. It leaves these ones alive, for instance. Which has some interesting implications, maybe. No, maybe not. Anyway, I kind of get the sense that if you place this here, and you place the POW over here, then the deflection might do something. Now, because it's not going to have any kind of deflection towards the trampoline from the side, but supposing we do this. It's just going to pass right through, and that's okay, because then we have a second placement over here. But then how do we get a second object in that location? Yeah, because the thing about this puzzle is that I don't necessarily know how certain things are going to be ordered. I don't know whether we're going for this first or for something else. But let's say we block and then block like that. That actually seems like it's the intended solution, in fact. Just need to be quick about it. And then that's going to give me more fire, probably. Yeah. Interesting deflection patterns here with these Maker 1 mechanics. And yeah, Tuba Tomato, the last big content patch that they had in the Maker 2 was back in April 2020 in terms of adding new tools to the kit. I bet we need to drop the POW on top of the spring. We need that to be crushed first, though. And it looks like the current pattern is not cooperating. Let's despawn it. And then come over here. Yeah, I want to drop a POW on top of it, if I can. It's kind of too bad that the alignment of that crush block earlier didn't really work out for me. Nope. That totally didn't go. Nope. I think it's totally going to be a push. Like, if you look at the positioning of the POW and the arrow, that seriously looks like the solution. Honestly, though, I wouldn't worry too much about the lack of parts updates at this point. The tech in this game is constantly evolving. Or rather in Maker 2, like if you're new to Maker 2, it's going to take a long time to really explore it anyway. There's still a lot that's been left untapped. The main issue isn't really what Nintendo is or isn't patching into the game. The main issue is that sometimes when people make very interesting discoveries, they get flagged as unintended behavior and levels get deleted. And so that's really the main risk to the longevity of Maker 2, I find. The tool set is not really that much of a limitation, given that I'm seeing extremely creative ideas with the Maker 2 toolset all the time to this day. I do not think it has been tapped out by any means. Oops, a little late on that one. So yeah, I don't think it's too late to get into Maker 2. By any means. I think there probably is that perception, though, that it is. because one of the reasons, well, other than pandemic complications, for Maker 2 to have lost support, is that I think a lot of people did perceive that it had already kind of been tapped out, and so like the intake of new players has probably dropped off quite a bit. Now, it's pretty noticeable if you looked at the stats for certain recurring activities like the Ninja speedruns when they were running. Oh, wanted to deflect that over. Still possible. I'm glad there is a bit of a failsafe here in case everything goes wrong. And yeah, Reeboks Mario Maker 2 looks very different. It's funny because visually there isn't that much here that's exclusive to Maker 1, but mechanically, of course. Whoa, okay. Didn't expect that. Given that last time it did deflect accurately, it will deflect accurately. No, it won't. Okay, I guess we need to POW after all. I had one attempt earlier where the deflection worked just fine without the POW, so we got a bit complacent with it. Let's do it this way. And let's go back over here. I'm going to drop this on the cloud. That should give me the angle I want. It is a totally different vibe, Reeboks. That's very true. Just in terms of level style. Especially with the lack of scroll stop leading people to design around these very wide open spaces, not so much of a room-based structure as you see so often in the second game, especially with things like puzzle layouts. Oops. Nope. Let's just try to fix that timing. We know it works. Whoops. That's okay. We can get another helmet after this blows up. Let's ignite it first. Then we'll get the helmet. After that, we might as well grab this because I know I will need it for the POW. Let's not die. That's rather important. For your health and safety. Yeah, we'll spawn another one. Nope. That's okay, I still like that method. Nope. I actually think that maybe the idea, if you don't want to jump around it, is to use this trampoline to raise to second POW quickly. Because then it's less of a timing check. Nope. My mistake. Let's try it again. Okay. Sure, let's do the same setup. And just pop this quickly to get out of the way. Fire away. And then, actually no, it's just kind of in the way. I ran directly to the last time I did it successfully, and I think it's probably still a better idea. Nope. Maybe not. Maybe I just did a bit of a hack solution that's not really best, but no, it works. It works. That is good enough for me. Okay. Now we will raise this. This is where we started running into time trouble earlier. Also, I should use my helmet to get rid of these as necessary. There we go. Wasn't that bad. And we might as well take objects through. I'm sure there will be some kind of place to check your bags, but no, indeed, we needed the POW to get through here, so... Good foresight on my part there to bring it in. Not that it would have cost us much time, but... We're going to run into the power-up check. Doesn't look like there's another helmet available just yet, so we'll have 100 seconds to scout this out. I will almost certainly hit timeout. And we'll see what the first source of fire is going to be. It's going to be this guy. No, it's not. A skull platform is going to eventually do some kind of deflection up there. Yeah. Oh, this is probably going to give me a helmet. That's good, because killing fire quickly is important here to get nice quick resets. Where does that go? Nowhere interesting by the looks of it. Unless... Nope, it's going to bounce all the way back. Okay, never mind. I think I want to deflect something up here, in fact. Oh, maybe that could have passed through... I feel like at this point it's not going to be a very repeatable pattern, though, just given how long it is. Now, can I bump that and raise this? That's going to go through. It's going to take a little while to figure out... Oh, you know what? I can raise this like this. And then we can change the spawning level that I'm going for. So that's something that we should have considered in the first place, that I can manipulate where I want the blaster to be. And by scrolling back and forth, I can respawn it back in its original position, I think. Except it's going to be loaded on a donut block, so maybe that's not the case. Let's see. Okay, well eventually I want an object to stop that. This series of deflection will not really get anywhere interesting, so let's, yeah, it is going to respawn in the bottom layer, as we would have liked. And there is going to be a series of reset doors down below as well, in case things go completely wrong. And then I want to escort this over. That's going to drop Spring and POW, which is great, because we will then have a bunch of things to work with. I wonder what the Spring was for here, then. Given that I don't have a way to catch it. Let's raise to the second layer. Nope, hang on. It's going to fire, and forward. We have to outrun it a bit because there's a cloud that I'm going for right here. Let's get out of the way so I'm not in bomb range. Not that it matters too much when I can take a hit. But we're going to send it to the bottom layer, and then we'll be able to do something using the note block. No, we want to probably move this down somehow. If you raise this, then what happens? Well, let's see, because I don't quite see the positioning that's going to get me this bomb just yet. I feel like I actually want to go for this one here, and that eventually it's the piranha plant that's going to solve that one for me. The spring was there so the POW doesn't get activated. Yeah, That's correct. Yeah, now that you mention it. I didn't take a very... Whoops! I didn't take a very close look at that. And oh, we respawned everything. That is not good. Let's unblock the second block. And let's try it again. Block this. And so yeah, you're going to have one block come across here. And then I'll be able to do some kind of deflection with it using the note block. So let's see how that's going to go. Do a big push. No, not really going to do anything for me here. It's going to come down. Yeah, right now I'm kind of unclear on whether I should be targeting to right or to left. I feel like I'm targeting right. Sorry, I'm targeting left simply because releasing the Piranha Plant will get me the final gate on the right, which is going to be the final gate, as you can see, due to its proximity to the pipe. So there is going to be... I probably just needed to block this and deflect it down here. I think that's all there was to it. I was bouncing it when I should have been blocking it. There we go. Actually quite simple. That is going to make the Fire Piranha available once I get a chance to bounce it. Now I don't know if I want to bounce it higher, as it does kind of look intended to bounce it to the next level so it can aim directly at the bomb. There is one additional level after that that it might be able to hit. And it looks like that will be required, so let's bump it up even higher. Lead it to the bomb, and that will get me out of here with 170 something remaining. So yeah, at least we have the patterns figured out. This is 2YMM. This looks accessible. No, that's a one-way panel, never mind. Let me just see. There's going to be an axe over here. It's possible to go over. I'm pretty sure. So why don't we go over? That's going to be tricky. So maybe not. I mean, there's a pipe that's right there. We can probably jump over using the POW. I have to be pretty careful here, though. I prefer to jump over the text. We've got 100 seconds to figure this out, so... Let's see here. Can I get in the slot? Yep. There we go. And then we jump over on this side. Keep the POW, enter the pipe. And then we have a bonus room. And we do another diagonal over here that's going to hit that bomb. It's going to blow up the entire tower. Very nice. And here's the cake. Okay, just a Tanuki leaf and a star. Let's grab the star, why not? And exit. I think that's probably all there is there. And that's the victory. Look at that exit, kind of like two eyes and a mouth. With those fire flowers and the door opening up like a gaping portal of light. Thank you for the GGs. World record of 7 minutes. Look at that thing. So even if you speed through it in one segment, out of all the people who have cleared this, and there have been many, there have been 262 clears on this, that 7-minute record is still standing. Too bad we can't see the clear check times in this game. That would have been an item of curiosity for sure. And Document, thank you for the GG as well. Let's see what's next. Document, we should be able to get to yours today, I hope, depending on some of the ones coming soon. But the next one is going to be Sanctum Arcanum by Cypher. Let's pull that up. Okay, Sanctum Arcanum. Cypher has recently been pretty hard at work on a Maker 2 Superworld. Last I checked. I still have lots of that to catch up on. In Maker 1, we saw the water conveyor belt one-way panel level go with the flow in 1YMM. And here we're going to take a look at Sanctum Arcanum, which says in the description, some Koopas are red, others are green. Few are friendly, yet most of them mean. There are those gifted with the power of flight, and in exceptional cases, granted magical might. These Magikoopas are sent to a mysterious tower to better understand their arcane power. So invite yourself into their magical lair, and uncover their secrets, if you dare. Okay. Let's see. Something blew up at the very start. You've got coins here. You've got an entrance. Always appreciate a good Magikoopa level, of course. Looks like we'll need them to carve out a path for me over here. I should check the pipe. Or do this recklessly. Okay, there we go. Mushroom, nope. Not for me. That shell certainly came in handy. Kind of like an elaboration on the original Magikoopa levels in Super Mario World, like in Lemmy's castle. Whoops. Back in Vanilla Dome, when these were first introduced. Anyway, let's stand around over here and, you know what? No need to do that. Let's just take a hit. Okay, what shall we see spawn this time? So yeah, one of the only levels we've seen so far that really has a strong random element to it. I mean, mostly it's just a matter of changing the obstacles in a classic Magikoopa style. Sometimes you get mushrooms, sometimes you get enemies. Leads to a couple of interesting outcomes, I'm sure. Whoops. Like that. Now, why would we want to come up here? And what is that downpipe all about? I'm kind of curious in spite of the fact that there's a down arrow suggesting that maybe we shouldn't treat it as an entrance. Okay, let's do this. Let's... Whoa, okay. I really shouldn't stand under those locations. Very risky to do so. Whoops. Doesn't seem like there's anything. I do want to check, though, and we'll grab the mushroom. And lose the mushroom. And then, yeah, we'll have to take some objects as we go to try to bust our way forward. Yeah, it looks like these are just going to be spawn points. And consistently so. Now here's the question, how do we get up there? We would need to probably spawn an enemy and then spin, but we'll lose the mushroom. I thought I was going to hit that mushroom, and that was not the case. Yeah, a couple things catching me off guard here. Oh, that's okay, we'll not stand directly under the ice. Let's remember that this time. Much better, almost. Also, can we grab that mushroom? Nope, because it's buried beneath. Ah, I see what was going on. The mushroom itself got transformed that last time as well. So, these things just happen. Nope, got dunked. Have to be pretty careful here. Have to watch all the different spawn points that are about to trigger. Anyway. Well, despite the random element of whatever they're going to spawn, there actually is an interesting consistency to these initial locations that are likely to trigger in terms of giving you the tools you need to get through. We will need this to dunk something. That's fine. We'll get up here and go. Four pink coins. We have seen none so far. This is an interesting design. Having the Buzzy helmet, of course, prevents the spin from dropping through those blocks. Well, that's a very tantalizing design, and what are we even sitting in right now? I guess it's just a sort of cutscene where they're blowing everything up. I wonder if that pattern is of any significance, though, so might as well watch this and let everything spawn. Just for completeness. It's a bit of a cutscene, I think, but oh no. Guess we do need to go back down. It's giving me some kind of clue here, actually. And we should watch that more carefully because it's going to reveal certain patterns. These patterns may become relevant. Let's clean up these blocks as well, I think. Let's respawn into that room to see which blocks remain, because that could be a clue as well. Yeah, because it's going to show me that there are two blocks. It's going to be this little hook pattern, and that's 3 rotation pattern. Well, have to see here, like this. Whoops. Thought it looked like the right thing. Well, what about this guy here? There we go, that's a key. But there's got to be a second one, right? And I thought it was here. Maybe it was off by a block. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to get in right away. Let's... get over here, check a few places. That totally looks like the one on the left, though. Let's take a look at that once again. It is above the rightmost track 2 spots, so it should be right above here. There we go, 2 keys. That's what we need. Yeah, interesting visual clue. And a bunch of tracks that I didn't pay nearly enough attention to. And that gives you the initial drop-in. Now, where shall we use a shell jump? Nowhere really, because the... oh, that's going to drop. That requires me to drop a shell here, and then we'll pass through here for the checkpoint. P-switch is all over the place. Yeah, that's one thing I hadn't considered with Maker 1, is that the lack of an easy capture button, especially now that Miiverse is no longer available for screenshotting, does complicate levels that would be very dependent on that, like all those escape rooms that we play in Maker 2. We need an activation of the P-switch, and then we need to come back to this room, I think. I believe that I'm probably required to be going forward, except we need to figure out what this guy here is all about. P-switch is not going to manipulate the blaster on the left or the blaster on the right, they're just sitting on the pipes, so let's go through. And okay, that's going to spawn on either side. We probably need to look for that same location where that block was previously, in fact, which will be right around down here. Unless this is a mirror. It's not a mirror. Let me just check the block location once again. Left side and top, and then, yeah, you stand on the left here, and then you hit that. Okay. While dodging missiles everywhere. Oh, that's interesting. We didn't have this blaster block previously. Whoops. Come on. Yeah, because I wanted to hit whatever was to the left here. Oh, the P-switch did activate, so we wanted to go back with the P-switch active for the P-door. Yeah, because that's what the blaster is doing for me. Okay. Is the gate going to release as a P gate? No. However, you can use the P-switch to up throw towards the block and probably hit the POW from there, which would drop the blaster due to killing the Muncher. Let's do this a little more accurately, or just... Not gonna be a P-jump. Let's check the pipe. Nope. Hang on here. Yeah. P-door would allow me to go back and forth. No, it doesn't because of the one-way panel. What if I stop this? I need to figure out how to hit that POW if it's not going to be with an up throw. Oh, okay. You just let the Magic Koopa hit stuff. And use the P as a blocking piece to do it? No. Can't be. However, I can get over here, and the projectile may follow me. However, it's still consistently hitting that location. Or the shell. I was hoping to go for a shell. Because you can actually make contact with that POW. That seems difficult. Without a very clear reset point here that I can use. I mean, the vine is relevant. You need to retarget that a bit, though. Since the Magikoopa missiles should kind of track me here. Oh, that's going to barely miss. Let's go a little higher. The angle is quite specific. Given that I already lost my opportunity for one shell. Kind of surprised there isn't a very clear reset location here. Because the pipe didn't work. And you cannot get back to the P-door, so... But I think dropping these tiles, like this one over here, is going to be the key. Just a little bit tricky to get that to work. We'll see. We might as well walk through this again and pay attention to this interaction this time. You're holding your pee here too? Yeah, if you've been sipping from your mug the way Donkey Mint has, that would be the case. Whoops. Atlantis, welcome. Yeah, it looks like if you just come up here and then you do the reversal... I don't actually know how I triggered that blaster spawn earlier. I thought it was something to do with that location. Yeah, because I thought I had gone to the correct location to try to hit a block. Maybe I'm not doing this comparison very precisely, so... Yeah, because I'd previously gone up here, we had gone up here to that sort of location. I'd assumed that was what we wanted, given that that was later obstructed by a gate. And by the falling blaster. I still don't really know what triggers that. It just works. I poke some buttons, I go to the prescribed locations, it just does its job. Now, are any of these going to hit anything useful? Nope. What if I stand dead center here? I would like a shell for that POW. If you up throw a P-switch with the coin still active... No, that does nothing. Oh, okay, you can do that too. That's rather important. I guess maybe a mushroom is prevented here if you have something overloading power up limit off screen. Without a reset, I would assume that's the thing that's going on. We're not going to shell jump anything here. Oh, whoops. However, that was a case of holding the shell a bit too long. Interestingly enough, shell jump probably could have done something about this stuff here. If I knew how that was going to work in Maker 1. I guess we need another Magikoopa here to my left, hopefully. If one would be so kind. Am I right, perhaps? I still haven't seen any pink coins. I want to check this quickly. Yeah, nothing. Could all be in one segment later. Given that we're hitting checkpoint and then key door here, okay. That's going to be a drop. That's going to allow Magikoopa to hit that question block down below. Yeah, very nice usage of the Magikoopa interaction there to spawn a key. Just by destroying the block that had the key embedded. Anyway, this is the coin collection segment. It's just going to be collecting 4 in one go there. We'll go back and do it. Nope. Living a little too dangerously. Come on. Come on. Just keeps missing. There we go. Oh. Cheap is maybe not ideal here. Let's come up and see. There is one additional coin up there that will almost certainly be the last coin. I think we need to interact with this stuff on the left to eventually spawn a vine that's going to reach all the way down and allow me to climb. Like, so you would get rid of the blaster gates, you would have something walk over or land. And then a vine spawns all the way back down, and I climb up from there. Now this coin down below is interesting. I should think about bomb locations, that's probably important. And also that vine location above the door, which might be partly decorative, but we know that that occasionally gives you a sense of where to stand. I really should have done something with this vine here to do a bit of a repositioning, but anyway, let's proceed. But yeah, you send something up here, and then that allows you to potentially have an object to jump on. Sure, we'll take it. Probably want to place something like a shell up there. And then that way we have this, and then nope, that's not going to work at all. Well, it certainly looked promising. I'm over here. Maybe we could do something about that. Yeah, we need to light it up, actually. That's all it is. But it needs to be within range of doing that without running into issues. You know what? I could have just tossed a bomb upwards. We just need to wait for it. The bomb up top is actually just an indication. It's not something we interact with, I don't think. Nope. I was hoping to throw that there. That was not ideal. I mean, this is not ideal either in terms of timing. You'd have to be fairly careful about the bomb throw. Okay, I actually made it out there with the mushroom for once. Let's proceed. Yeah, wait for the next bomb. That one came a bit too soon for me to deal with. This is obviously a shell. That's not going to be too much of an issue. We need to wait for a bomb. Would hate to do a world record grind for this one. Certainly not happening. Nope. Bad timing. Yeah, rather difficult to see what the bomb ignition timing is going to be. I think I need to count from spawning when the bomb is available. We actually count seconds. But we'll see about that. Okay, it's about 4 seconds on that fuse. Nope. Close. Unfortunately, not quite what I need. Okay, there we go. Now, can I just bounce above this one? We're about to find out. No. Well... let's see here. If we have a... Koopa Paratroopa, perhaps. I don't know, I'm thinking about what could possibly stack here. Maybe it was a question of momentum. I feel like I need to manipulate something to blow this up and then spawn a vine, though. It's not going to be so simple as myself just getting up there with a bounce right away. It's going to be something like throwing a Goomba up top. Actually, that's what the Goomba placement up there is for, as with the bomb here, is just a symbol for what you need. Because then you can get the Goom to walk. Nope. I didn't... Oh, I see. No, it's the change into deflection mechanic, because in Maker 2, when you fire an object like that, it always just drops along the right side wall, and I expected that behavior to happen. And instead we got a huge deflection. Because I was hoping to use that to just drop the Goomba over here so I could let it wake up and pick it up again to reset the timing, and that really did not work as planned. Okay, there we go. That's going to walk, but unfortunately the bomb has not made this available yet. Like, we need something to lower this, and I don't think I'm within... Oh, it's a bomb, it's not a vine, okay. Okay. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Hey, let's take this guy through. In case we can get a hit on a boss or something. Never mind. Using a fire flower to my advantage might have been handy. Well, Magic Koopas are just going to spawn from the pipe. Let me see what what we can do here. We probably want to ignite the bomb using one of the Magic Koopas that gets spawned. We want to have the bomb light up. No, it's just going to pass through. Let me think about this. But you wanted to lower the block beneath the Muncher, or rather destroy the block beneath the Muncher using the Magic Koopa transformation. Yeah, and then the Muncher drops on a bomb, and that solves your problem. And so Divine Positioning idea was correct. We just needed to fix the positioning itself. Anyway. No, not even close. Yeah, the timing on that is tricky. Sure, let's let this walk over. It's going to do that anyway, but may as well supervise it. Then deal with another bomb eventually. Whoops. Nope, too soon. Interesting P disappearance there. I guess some kind of limit was reached. Or... nope. No, the P was just not available. There was no limit issue there. It was just P not spawning in time. Actually, no. Some of the Ps are getting just straight up eliminated. Well, let's take a look. I have not received a bomb in a while. Is there some... oh, there we go. It might be a power-up limit if you have mushrooms maxing out off-screen or something. No, I don't think so. But I am thinking about why certain hits are... nope. Really have to kind of count seconds when the bomb comes up. So it is something that I wish I could do more reliably, but in the absence of that, we'll just have to work with what we have. Anyway, let's proceed to the next room. That's gonna wake up pretty soon. I'll let that do its job. We do need a shell on the bottom left and a bomb. Also, oh no, this is a bit of a problem. I'm out of range for the... yep, bomb drop to happen on screen. There we go. Well, regardless of a spot to toss the bomb, though, it's going to be timing dependent on how quickly you pick it up upon spawning. So I don't think having a designated spot by itself is going to solve the issue of having some clarity there. I think having the bomb, you know, have some kind of spot to land on would have been ideal. But of course this is set up to prevent other kinds of up throws from disrupting that. Anyway. I should actually throw it up to the side. It has much more airtime if I throw it a block to the side rather than trying to do it from below. Yeah, okay. That works. Much better, in fact. Yeah, trying to do it from below was a disaster. That was the main mistake I was making. Anyway, we are going to get a power-up going into the next room, but sure, we'll take a Goom anyway, just for style points. Although we want there to be a Magikoopa. But yeah, the old style deflection really does throw me off in some ways. Okay, that should hit. There we go. Didn't keep the Fire Flower, though. I wonder if there will be a need to keep the Fire Flower or the Goom or anything of the sort. Where would we have obtained an extra key? That's interesting. Where on Earth would that have even happened? I do not know. Because you had a key collection to finish that at the end. You have something here that looks really suspicious, like this block. Curious. I don't think I'll get it, though. So that's unfortunate that we missed another secret. But anyway, we got that one. So, kind of a rough day for cake hunting so far. Initially, I'd gotten almost everything in 2YMM, but then things started falling apart a little bit, especially with the levels based on not taking hits or doing everything without checkpoint. We got a few, but definitely skipped quite a bit when it comes to the cake presentation. Regardless, thank you for the GGs. And let's move on to the one that is next. Yeah, really interesting concept there. Notice in the pixel art, the Magikoopa PlayStation button missiles in the top right. You just saw Yarrow's 2YMM recommended. Yeah, we did play that one a couple of streams ago. I didn't really look at that in the recommended list, but I have no idea how the recommended list in this game actually works, but we've played enough of these levels that I do see some familiar ones pop up in the cards at the end. Yeah, we've been playing it in order, so Yarrow's 2YMM we did a few streams ago. The next one is going to be Together Forever by Aphrodite. Let's see if we typed this in correctly. Ooh, look at that. Groomba and Goom Bride. It's going to be a wedding level, and it is by Noir. I didn't realize, looking at the level list, that Aphrodite was Noir, who is one of my favorite Japanese makers. Really great presence in Maker 2 as well. And somebody who is very, very thematically minded. If you look at the pixel art here, that in itself just kind of is a wonderful piece of work without even having entered the level. But yeah, really looking forward to this one then. Together Forever. The description reads, "Today is a memorable day, Goomba's wedding ceremony. Priest Mario and the Groomba went to the house of the Goom Bride, then to the church. But there was a terrible happening waiting for them. Priest Mario, please help the Goom Bride and Groomba have a peaceful wedding ceremony." Well, let's see it. Okay, this must be the house of worship. Oh, auto scroll, okay. Ah, okay. This is the groom. Oh, whoops. Have to remember spike priority in Maker 1. We've run into that so many times by now, and still I forget instinctively. Just given that this semi-solid overlap is used for completely different purposes in this game. I probably needed to let the escort continue. I do not want the groom to just kind of say, oh, okay, that's it. So much for my top hat. And just kind of give up on the whole idea because the planning fell through. This was obviously a jump. Wrap around, get on the bones, get back on the Groomba. Nice little pop-up at the beginning, actually. I love the way it spawns in. Ah, okay. Pink coin. This looks concerning. Okay, never mind. Oh, I see. That was supposed to deflect. The groom's headgear doing its job. Couldn't quite tell because it was so far off camera at that point. Yeah, up we go. And we'll have to trust this timing to work out because, of course, it is auto-scrolling. Okay, that works. Yeah, I mean, I was supposed to follow that over, I think. The door... I don't know if I'm supposed to enter that door. It wouldn't really work out as a reset door because of the way the piranha is blocking it, though, so... Whoops, so much for that. And yeah, there is no safe ground to stand on at that point, so... If the groom turns back, you are just going to get killed by the auto-scroll. One way or another. Oh, whoops. So we see 6 coins total. Let's pop this. And this. And all that's going to go up. The initial bounce on this does allow everything to rise up. Whoops. Yeah, the whole idea is to activate the dry bones. That dry bones and thwomp stack, that second part there, that was not what I expected. Like the first big dry bone stack, yeah, that is fairly intuitive. You bounce on it, it goes up with you. The second bit with a thwomp, I didn't quite see what was going on to make that setup work out so well, but we'll take a closer inspection at that when I get back there momentarily. Yeah, winged dry bones just gets pushed. Yeah, it's just big dry bones plus thwomp by itself. Oh no, it's actually the Goomba that raises it. So I didn't need to do that daring bit where I try to go for the bones while the boos are still circling around. The Goombas is naturally going to raise that stack by itself without any external intervention. Okay, let's let everything come up here. Raise this. And then we'll let that stack go up. And go for that second coin, and then let the piranha get bumped out of the way. Okay, up we go. Yeah, we'll just do it that way instead. Oh. I guess we do need to enter the door, and then we continue. Whoa, that was not what I thought would happen. Yeah, that is going to be a one-way door for sure. Just something I could have predicted ahead of time if I was watching the ground blocks accurately. I didn't quite perceive that accurately as a hard wall on the right side. Here in the NSMB tool set, tile set rather. Yeah, because that is going to be a wall on the right side. Clearly the boos object to the wedding, or maybe it's sort of metaphorical, like it's meant to represent the groom's fear and trepidation going into one of the biggest events of his life. Ooh, just barely missed that spike top. Yeah, okay, we'll grab that. It is meant to represent fear. That is how we will understand it. Okay, 2 coins going into this checkpoint. That seems okay. And the wrench is going to be all heart-wrenching. That's what that represents. And what about the Spinies? I don't know. The Spinies... are just kind of there to stop you. Okay, that gets bumped. We just continue riding our way over. And then hold up into this. There we go. That gets tucked into a wall. This repeats a modified sequence. Interesting. So it goes back over the same path but modified to take you over the top. And then let's not get whacked by this stuff. Or that. And okay, we've made a landing. Now, what about the bride? What about this? Okay, no, this doesn't overlap, so never mind. That little Goomba is just working to reception, it seems. Conveyor there on the pipe stack is what works as the mushroom check. That seems like a very upset bride. That's what it is. Unless it's the father of the bride. Well, Bowser Jr. is having none of it. I wonder what this little cutscene is, actually, then. There's a Goomba kind of facing off against Jr., who's about to mob you. And I guess we face left to stop... well, the boost stack doesn't stop, it's just riding on a spike top the whole time. It's just a matter of whether it looks like it's chasing you. I missed a red coin already, okay. This level is simple enough that I might try to go back to do it. Maybe. We'll see. I did see one sort of below me in the previous zone, but I thought that maybe it was something inaccessible up to that point. But yeah, I did kind of get between checkpoints without collecting additional coins, and so that looked a little suspicious. Anyway, same idea here, just in a slightly more time-sensitive context. Yeah, the boos do give me a little bit of room to maneuver on the left side. Not much, but perhaps enough to work with. Anyway, let's try this again. Yeah, we'll see how I do with the rest of the level and how doable it seems to potentially repeat it for the secret. If I'm really running into trouble and taking a long time, then I'll have to consider that differently. In the meantime, though, we will continue with this. But yeah, if you maintain a pretty consistent position, you can at least get a nice and regular firing pattern from Junior. Going down to jump onto Dry Bones is potentially going to throw that off, of course. Nope. That was a bit of a poor estimate of how much of a landing zone I would get. Let's try it again. I probably could have just afforded to stay low through all of those. Losing to a bit of an unwise panic move there, perhaps. But yeah, this has been a great set so far today, for sure. I think every level so far today has been really on point. Okay, let's grab that. Yeah, it is very thematically oriented thinking, and Maker 1 was something that Noir did kind of continue to do in Maker 2, but perhaps not to this extent. Now, I'm still on the same initial spin jump that we had off the thwomps earlier. And the interesting thing about it is that I'm actually holding the B button for a normal jump at this point. And still managing to just continue to spin because we haven't landed on anything non-spinny yet. For this segment, we missed a lot of coins, didn't we? A lot. Maybe not yet. We're going to enter the church for the ceremony. And then, oh yeah, the goal's right there, so we actually have missed a lot of stuff. Might as well scout around a little bit more in case we want to come back in. 2YMM. Okay. Yeah, let's be careful with this wedding cake. Missing 2 coins, though. I guess, yeah, everything would have just been in the second segment. Because I went from checkpoint 1 to 2 with no additional coins. We can dip back into this one quickly. Since it didn't take too long. And yeah, like I've been saying throughout 2YMM so far, we won't grind away at it too hard. But might as well pursue at least one of these today, which we haven't been too good about doing. I mean, there was that exit at the end of Julian's, which was not hard at all to see because you didn't need to do anything earlier in the level to grab that. No, bad idea. We needed to wait for that, as I remembered from much earlier. Having just played the level, you would hope that more of it were still retained in short-term memory, but apparently that's not the case. Anyway, let's wait for this. It's gonna get bumped. Okay, that's one coin so far. I do remember where the second one is. Okay. 2 coins. And then we're about to hit checkpoint 1. Yeah, Spike Top is just going to work as the mushroom check. So it's in this segment that I need to check for potential secrets. Or, I mean, no, you're going to be passing through this twice, as I discovered earlier, so yeah, interesting way to do the mushroom check on spawn using the flying Spike Top there. I actually do kind of want to check up top if I can spin on top of those guys. I doubt it will be something like that because we would have been able to see the coin placement on a second pass. But it does make me wonder, because the option is available there. Nope, bad idea because it curls up. And when it does so, it is not so friendly. Alright, let's forego that idea. No, I need to stay low. The coins are telling me to do so. I know this from experience because we doubled through this segment, so let's pay attention. Alright, through we go. Just a little bit of back and forth. Ah, okay. Nope, here it is. That's one. Probably a second one that we need to watch out for in this zone here. I wanted to check the left. So yeah, we'll take a death if we don't see another coin in this segment because I strongly suspect that's what it is. It was the block that was kind of to the bottom right after all this was done. I think, whoops, bad idea. But yeah, we know that one coin is going to be down with the Piranha stack down low. We saw the other coin sort of buried around a question block in the bottom right earlier, assuming that it was just bleeding over from some separate room. And instead of that, we will this time find some way to go for it. Okay. Nope, bad idea. I needed to dodge that wrench a little bit better. Oh, whoops, no, I wasn't paying attention. I was looking over at something with my streaming displays. Just got totally complacent on that round. Okay, let's go over. Back and forth. Then get back on before we get bumped. And that's fairly simple. Now let's keep our eyes peeled. And then there's going to be a spin jump up ahead that I'll need to watch out for when we get there. No, I don't know why I thought it would hit that in advance. It's something for the Goomba to hit to spawn to booze. Poking around a little too adventurously for no reason. Yeah, I love the synchronization in this segment that kind of has the boo rings encourage you to go left and right. At a fairly relaxed pace, but you still need to do it, and the pattern just kind of lines up perfectly to make that happen. A lot of clever stuff going on to make things feel fairly relaxed, but also give the player enough movement just to keep things interesting. And yeah, we'll need to watch out here for, first of all, the mole, and secondly, where that coin placement is going to be. Anyway, here's a heart. Yeah, the coin is down below. Ah, okay. No, this was just camouflage, that's all. 2YMM. Actually, that's literally all there is to it. We'll miss the one up. Okay, both coins accounted for. Let's finish this and do it again, and then finish this, and then grab some extra wedding cake. So yeah, maybe a little bit inattentive there on my way up. We'll try not to repeat too many of those mistakes. Okay, come back and forth. And we know where that is at the end, so pretty simple once you finish hunting for it. We do need to be careful around a mole, though. That's about to come and stop us at all costs. Okay, here we go. Okay, we can try to get the one up this time for 100 Mario Challenge. Okay, let's mind my head here. Now we shall head up. That's a very deadly heart. Okay, now for the finale. Back in we go. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Yeah, if you kind of pay attention and give yourself enough time to work with when it comes to getting to the dry bones, Everything's going to be pretty reliably safe. I don't feel like I've ever been crowded out by the fireballs for reasons outside of my control. I feel like everything has been theoretically dodgeable when it comes to time, especially with the use of the NSMB Twirl, which is a pretty essential part of the toolkit in a level like this one. So let's bounce. Maybe slightly reckless, very reckless. Sometimes not making a good estimate as to whether I will have enough headroom off of a minimal bounce. Whoops. Oh, that was a mistake. I believe we killed the bride. Interesting the way it's set up such that you can't just ride the Wiggler through to the end if that happens. It does go out of its way to prevent that. This level just has enough gaps to prevent the Wiggler from progressing. Nope. Bad time. Oh, okay. No, that was actually safe because the Muncher was not actually protruding above the semi-solid in spite of the fact that it looked taller than the spikes beside it. So that's a bit of visual deception here. Even with Munchers always kind of conventionally making shorter stacks anyway in terms of how they collapse into each other. No, that it just got zoned out. I mean, we just need to repeat what we managed to do earlier, and then we should be able to grab that cake. Okay, got that. Yeah, just need a little bit of advanced planning. The boos give me enough room to work with when it comes to stuff like that. Okay. Let's try spinning. That's a good trick. Nope, we should have paid attention to the arrow there and gone directly. We did that blindly the first time. I don't know why I had so much hesitation there. Okay. We'll make it over. Anyway. Whoops. We're gonna fall all over ourselves here. There we go. That timing was cutting it a little bit close. Now we need to remember to exit quickly enough. Yeah, I find the standard jump button easier to work with here than the shoulder button for the spin jump. I feel like I've got much better control pressing B than R. That's just a matter of muscle memory. Oh, ooh, totally got trapped. That should have been an easy third bounce. That was really the last remaining coin before the safety at the end, so... Back here we go. Amazing how much room I am given on the left side when I do need to do a bit more extra dodging. Yeah, this took a little longer than expected, given that I felt pretty comfortable with this level. And thought that a repeat attempt would go pretty smoothly. Yeah, because this felt really blind friendly when I cleared it initially, and still does, but it's been making tons of mistakes along the way. Whoops, like that. Well, that's how it goes sometimes when I commit to something that looks to be a fairly simple task. It's a great sequence, though, this one here. Oops. Just falling off center all over the place. Let's be careful here. Gotta have a lot more finesse than what we've been demonstrating so far. Anyway, I just need to change up my positioning a little bit and just plan accurately when I'm going down and back up like that. Once again, cutting it much too close, but we made it, and that's the important thing. Doing that transition at a much more convenient part of the pattern for once, but that threw me off. Anyway, on we go. Love how the bridal entrance is to the boss music. I have to appreciate that little thematic touch. Okay. There we go. And look the way that Junior gets dropped as well. That's pretty fancy. Okay, let's get that third hit cleanly. Junior occasionally dropping between the gaps has been throwing me off as well. Okay, through door number 1. And then we got 400 seconds to not take a key death. Let's not get bounced into the candle. That would be an awful way to go. And this is the wedding scene. We're going to get a fire flower. Just as a bit of a souvenir for the guests. And that's it. Back to the wedding cake we go. Okay, took a little too long to do something so simple, but Really didn't mind taking another look at this excellent level by Aphrodite or Noir. And we'll just gaze at that pixel art once again before we proceed to the next level, which is going to be by a maker and streamer many of you may know. It's There and Back Again by Cats. No relation to the Lord of the Rings level that Tetrateryx made much later. And thank you for the GGs. Let's boot up this next one here. There and Back Again. With a rocking horse. What a neat little rocking horse. Reminds me of one that used to sit atop the 4th plinth in Trafalgar Square. So they always have these rotating sculptures of sort of modern artistic projects that are placed on top of one of the columns in Trafalgar Square in front of the National Gallery in London. And for a while, so it's a rotating exhibit like every 1 or 2 years or so, and for a while it was just this giant rocking horse. It was a very memorable installation. It was about a decade ago. Anyway, I think of that when I see rocking horses. There and Back Again, the description reads, "In this strange fortress, beginning and end appear to be in the same place. For every step forward, Mario will have to move one back. Can he manage to escape this merry-go-round?" Well, let's figure that out. Cats in Maker 2, at least, is much better known as a precision streamer and maker. But had also contributed something to 4YMM, if I recall. Key up there. Okay, we'll eventually do something about that. We'll see what kind of spawning changes we're in for. We no longer have recourse to the twirl in NSMB that we have been getting so accustomed to up to this point. I also love the semi-solid stacking for the backgrounds here. There's quite a lot that's being done with the semi-solid and mushroom platform stacks. In fact, if we look at the kind of outer boundaries on some of these columns, you snap back pretty quickly. But yeah, this is actually quite nicely decorated. Theme where that often doesn't really get to be the case. Okay, there's going to be a quick snap back. Whoops, no, just missed that jump. And you know what's really neat about this, of course, is that this was done before the days of on-off switches. It's done entirely with that shell deflection. The old stacking rules we used to have. Which made all kinds of these muncher vehicles with the offset placement possible. Okay. Alright, nearly landed dangerously there. No, that was safe. It was just deceptive. Let's not miss the key, that would be awful. Although, you could just go back above the blasters, and perhaps that's not too much of an issue. Anyway, here's Rocking Horse, as well as a Mushroom Gate. It's gonna crush me a bit. Well, we'll see how we make our way back through this segment. Yeah, I do need to change vehicles there. Change thwomps. Interesting that the whole stack passes through that blaster on a track. Yeah, no, I know which part you're talking about. So many collision rules that I don't often think about. Yeah, because I guess that's just the way that the track slayer is going to work here in terms of just having its own separate collision layer. Whoops, too late once again. I have to be pretty quick about that, and bombs are going to go off there as well, so those platforms are going to be pretty time sensitive in their own right. Nope. No, I do want that, so we'll go back until we get it. Have to be really snappy about this. Get out before the bombs blow up, and then back onto one of the thwomp stacks. Which one we will have to find out. And of course I expect to have to go backwards through this, and through the bottom later on as well. Figuring out the timing for coins like that is going to be a bit of a challenge. I feel like I would have wanted to start in front between the two house stacks available. Yeah, just run that as quickly as I can and get to the one in front. And then that will give me a much better shot at coin number 3. Yeah, much better, although of course we need to follow the coins for the jump over that obstacle there, so this is, as usual, one of those things that happens when you follow markers as poorly as I do. You do have to get in front on the left POW for the pink coin, and then follow the regular coins after that. Getting a bit of forward momentum on that first POW definitely helps in terms of getting to the bomb platform right away. Nope. Okay, nothing too time sensitive in this location. And then, yeah, I'm jumping too high after the muncher stack, actually. I just need to fall in much faster, which I had done successfully once already. And we will just have to do it again. Let's not slip and slide so far, though. A lot of momentum correction that we need to do here, which has not really been accounted for up to this point. Yeah, low ceilings like that are very often the death of me. I know, once again, just jumping too high. I need to fall in, but then I need to stop before we overshoot. Electro Dude, welcome. Okay, let's get down. And Electro Dude, hope you've been enjoying the return to your Wii U as much as I have with mine. Yeah, too much momentum correction there. I slowed down after that pink coin, I just didn't develop enough speed going back to the left. That's a challenging coin, now that I have visited it a few times. A lot of things can go wrong on your way into it. No, you do need to hit the bones. You don't absolutely need to. If you have enough forward bounce momentum, you could change POWs, but it's best to land on top of it since it's given to you anyway. All in. Oh, and then back. And then it's going to be a second bounce on the bones. You know, maybe I don't need to get that third coin on the first pass. It looks placed in such a way that maybe it's advantageous to kind of do it on the way back instead. But I have a method for it now, so I might as well use it. You had to put your Wii U away on your shelf for space reasons. Yeah, it's a pretty bulky machine. Still smaller than most other consoles, but now that I'm accustomed to the Switch in its little lightweight dock, everything else looks huge. Nope. Nowhere on the order of those genuine behemoths, though, like the PS5 or what have you. Too much hesitation about which one I was going to land on. I probably should have just gunned it for the one up front. That's okay, we'll be able to make this. I do like that the sequence is player activated, just to get everything to line up properly. Also very satisfying whenever you do get a chance to start the interaction yourself. Oh, overshot. Well, let's try it again. Yeah, too slow. I missed my usual jump. Okay. Nope. Yeah, kind of losing the timing that was getting accustomed to. Way too much forward momentum. Didn't expect to snap ahead so quickly. I just jumped at precisely the wrong time when I was getting launched. No, too much hesitation. Just a lot of adjustments to make in general. Like I said, this is probably not the ideal method for coin 3, given that we are going to snap backwards towards it, but whatever. I figured it out at this point. Let's commit. Backed up a little too much. Okay, let's try it again. Oh. Totally threw me off that time. But yeah, if you get in front on the way back, left or right, then you can kind of access coin 3 the normal way, just by changing from front to back. But what fun is that? Whoops. Well, we've got such a stylish method of doing it ourselves. No, too much momentum correction, just a little bit late on everything. No, just way off my usual pattern. Yeah, we'll try to get it on the way back, fine. That's why the coins tell you to jump. That's why I previously didn't have any trouble with that spot, but... mistakes just come and go. Nope. Jumped a little too soon, bumped my head. That's okay, we'll fix this eventually. Just need to get comfortable with my preferred methods and not get thrown off too much when I put a spacing I do. I mean, I guess this is what is in keeping with the Rocking Horse theme. It is kind of like riding horses. Just getting bumped this way and that. It's a very unique mechanic. Especially having these two in quick succession. We've got a long ways to go in this level, which is probably why I've been going for the coins. The assumption that it might be difficult to run this twice. Yeah, so much momentum correction if you do change directions at any point, as we've been doing. Yeah, at least I'm not stepping on that first muncher as much as I was doing earlier. Nope. Yeah, just too many momentum control issues all over the place for me. Because sometimes if you're even a little off, you just get launched. And given how quickly this goes by, it's tricky to correct for that, especially when you skid quite that badly. So yeah, we'll see how many we get through today. If I have the opportunity to run a long stream, we could potentially finish 2IMM. But depending on time, we'll definitely do this and Documents because Document is here. And we'll see how we're doing for time after that, because it may make sense to split one additional session for the remainder, just to buy time for some secrets hunting. And if we have a stream where there's a lot of time left over with any of the YMM projects, then we can definitely do a couple of extra casual viewer submissions here in the first game. That was a bad idea. Going for the front POW like that when I really didn't have time to deal with it. Not here much sooner though. Finally, and of course that was poor judgment as to whether to land on the front or the back. After that, we have to go back, and then we have to kind of trade places with that long coin trail after that. Nope, just hadn't really positioned myself to get much of a dash going into that jump. We really need to be a bit more decisive about which house stack I'm aiming for. And that applies to these landing locations as well. Yeah, really just have to go for one. Not a lot of time to make decisions between the two on the fly. There we go. I reacted a little bit late to that because, of course, that's my first time seeing those Goombas. And reading what was about to go on. Now let's redo this. Yeah, it's the bomb slot there that's going to be Goombas, and then that means that we probably want to start out in front, switch to the back after the Goomba segment. Probably be most relaxed when it comes to timing. Nope, still overshooting a bit. We're still gonna have quite a bit more of this level to come after this segment too, given that we're only at coin 3 and we have lots to go. Yeah, I was kind of at the bottom of that bounce, so that was pretty much the worst possible jump, momentum-wise, in terms of being able to be carried into the appropriate location. Too slow. Yeah, like I said, we'll see how well we're doing for time at the end of this one. And at the end of documents after that. As long as we don't have any fiascos like we did in a previous stream where I spent 3 hours in that one level that was just 4 light precision rooms. I think you are after this one, Document. I can check that. I believe you are. Yeah, you are. You are next in queue. If you're able to stay, of course. I mean, I'm going to play it either way, but it's more convenient for planning purposes if catch you live. Yeah, awful timing on my jump there. We are reasonably close to the end. 2YMM, but it has taken me quite a long time to do, just because my streaming schedule has been so erratic over the past few weeks. Yeah, I'd imagine it's been quite a long time since you last saw our 2YMM level played. I mean, it's been quite gratifying to go back to these levels now that I have a lot more context for many of the makers involved, just from familiarity with the work of Maker 2. Yeah, this segment here has been punishing me quite a bit, though. Wow, total miss. I thought that was going to be such a safe landing, too. That did not work out. I do like the current method, though, of getting coin 3 nice and early. I feel like it's not something I should mess with at this point, even if it is something that requires a fair bit of finesse on my part. Okay, let's hit the Goombas accurately. That's going to be the next priority here. It's going to be a bomb. Let's stay out of range. And then, I guess we go down here, yeah. It's gotta be it. Checkpoint. Evil-looking face. It looks like Gengar, actually, this sign here. I think that's the Pokemon that I have in mind. Not that I know those very well. Oops. Okay. No. Yeah, there are some pretty interesting setups here to keep things pretty interesting. Okay. A lot of nuances to the camera work, basically. Oh yeah, okay. Should have read this accurately. Then that's going to align all these. Whoa, that's going to be a difficult one to reach. Let me think about that. I will have to look at that one carefully. 0.5 over there. Nope, you do need a Dry Bones alive. You do need both Dry Bones alive to do that. There we go, just a short bounce there. Back into pre-scroll stop days here in the first game. It's always quite a treat to take notice of how much effort people put into screen boundaries as well. I have no idea how to pick that one up. Oh, the next to skull platform. Okay, will probably be it. I'm not done with that segment yet. That's the thing to keep in mind there. Whoops, off center. That wasn't quite right. Yeah, I mean the screen boundaries in terms of the space outside the playable area, like the right side and this area here, with all those clouds and semi-solids that are inaccessible. Many of the levels that we've seen so far kind of take advantage of that. It's a bit of a lost art, given how dependent we are on scroll stop in the second game. Whoops. Didn't expect to make that landing in quite that fashion. So that's been throwing me off slightly. There we go, a little bit lower there, and then we're back. And yeah, really interesting state changes all over this one. Just to keep things interesting. So yeah, there will be another back and forth here with the additional skull that we tap at the end, I think. No, that's blocked off though. So how do we go about activating that? We would need something like a spike helmet. So let's grab the fire flower first and just continue, because maybe I can't actually grab that coin yet until I get a skull helmet and activate the next skull raft in the top left. Whoops, should have jumped there. Yeah, because I don't see a particularly convenient way to get the left side coin just yet, and possibly there's something about this layout that I just don't know and won't until later. But it does look like it's going to be Spiny Helmet plus the skull platform to the left. Because there's going to be some way that you get to it. Whoa. Yeah, I don't see a good way to get that at all, so I feel like we are missing something necessary, just haven't seen it yet. Okay, that was living very dangerously. Bomb is going to take that out. Okay, there we go. And then we hide. That's how you do it. You jump on top of the cannonball and use that to reposition, and then get back onto the skull platform as it's going back to the right, and then that will take you back here with a key as well as both coins. Okay, so now I know what's coming there, so I need to guess at it. I do know what the intended pattern is going to be. Much easier than the last segment by the looks of it, but we'll have to see if that estimate actually holds up all the way to the ending here. Not that the mushroom matters here, given that the fire flower is going to be the next pickup anyway. This mostly allows you to have a buffer to take an additional hit. Love how consistent the red bullet positioning is. Okay, that's going to do its job. Duck. No, you need to jump earlier in order to catch the cannonball, so... That's a timing that'll just have to work out. Sellotape, welcome. Yeah, that's definitely an oof. We do lots of those around here. Okay, let's get back here and collect a bit more of the coin face. Whoops. It's okay, not too concerned. Yep, Mario Maker does that a lot. That's the experience you sign up for. Sure, let's get out of the way. No, I missed. I jumped off early enough and I got caught by the skull platform a second time. I basically need to do a bit of a leap of faith to the left, I think. That might be best. Still in the process of figuring out that timing, so... see if we can sort that out. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it is doable without anticipating to jump blindly like that, but it seems a lot safer to jump ahead instead. So we'll see how to make that work. Just gonna take a little bit of refinement. Oh, whoops. Need to actually nail the jump there. I was just a bit slow to react. Lapses of attention do not do wonders in this game. That's a pretty generous timing there, though. Lots of time to react. And stay up in the air. But yeah, I just love these boundaries on these semi-solid columns that are created by the mushroom platforms on either side. Just a really nice touch. It's the smallest aesthetic thing, but it does deserve recognition. Whoops. It's okay, it doesn't really even matter that that guy hits me repeatedly. We just ram into him if I wanted. Since we get the flower so quickly anyhow. Okay. Gonna face in such a direction that we control the boo. Whoops. Too busy controlling the boo and I just missed a jump once again. Just too slow on that. Too slow on something so simple. Would that it were so simple. Okay, let's get into here. And then over here. Flower once again, and we'll pop this guy. And then let's remember to jump this time. Nice and high. See? Easy. As long as you're paying attention to what you're doing. Okay, let's anticipate to jump to the left this time. Once the blaster comes. That's okay, close enough. Yeah, no need to get on top of the second cannonball there, actually. I had plenty of time to just go directly back to the platform. Yeah, it's a really interesting level. Every segment in this level has been kind of like that, the whole concept. The title is There and Back Again. And the whole concept is just using bombs and spawn blocks to radically change the state as you go left and right. It is very well implemented in this. Whoa. And yeah, definitely not the first room here that does that. But the rooms themselves have been pretty distinct from each other as well, though. They're all a very unique take on this concept. Now, for those who played Maker 2, this will probably remind you of Tino's level in 6YMM, which very similarly, yeah, I just got dragged too far once again by the platform. It is possible to go for the coin jumping to the right rather than the left of the skull platform, but the problem is that if you miss, you just get dragged. And you wind up completely out of position. Now, I was just about to say something about Tino's 6YMM level that was also kind of a reversal level, larger scale using the lava height. And on kind of a wide room scale, that's kind of like what this idea is doing. Not quite the same thing, of course, but it definitely feels like they're kindred spirits as far as levels go. Anyway, let's jump this one, and you think I should jump? You're above the first cannonball. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work this one out. Let's see here. There we go. Yeah, I just needed a much shorter bounce on the second cannonball. And then I'm through, and maybe we'll get checkpoint 2. Not yet. However, you do get 2 safety points. Actually, that's just gonna be the end of the level then. Because we get that kind of double kick here, and then it's going to be happy 2YMM, presumably. Oh, whoops. Failure. And look at this. This is a beautiful way to implement the central concept of the level into the bonus room. Doing a back and forth that... What is that? Oh, and a little birthday song at the end, too. Wonderful. And also designed in such a way that it's kind of like a reversal. Beautifully compact chime at the end. That was an extremely satisfying bonus room. Definitely one of the highlights in terms of true endings that we've seen in this edition of the project. Anyway, that was There and Back Again by Cats, who also streams on the channel Cats4. And yeah, Luca, I guess you could just read a G forwards and then read the same G backwards. I guess that's what you're getting at. And then that would be thematically appropriate to this level. Next level is going to be Lair of the Stone Golem by Donkey Mid, who is with us here today. I'll just punch that in. Lair of the Stone Golem. Mario enters the ancient lair of the giant mythical stone golem. They say it can smash mountains into rubble with a strike from its mighty stone arms. Let's hope he doesn't awaken the beast and find out firsthand. And the Mang, welcome. So let's see what Document has in store for us this time. Oh, look at his face at the beginning. Faces everywhere. Oh, okay. Let's check this. Yeah, I guess we'll just proceed here. So yeah, something's going to come alive. Look at all these coins as well. Like stars in the sky. That's also happened to be very conveniently collectible. Sure, let's fight him. Oop. And okay, that's just amiibo costumes all the way through. Kevik kept delaying this one because it was just a little too janky. Well, we'll see about that. Oh, that was a very convenient landing. Anyway, we'll awaken the beast at some point, but let's maybe do something about this hammer first, given that I... Oh, whoops. Don't really have the ability to take a hint. Take a hit, rather, at that point. Can't take a hint either, but definitely can't take a hit. Anyway, let's get over here. Okay, that worked. Not very elegantly, but it worked. Let's grab the other power-up. Sure, we'll let this guy do some dirty work for me, and... Sure, let's head over here. Our costumes. Where did the hammer go? Oh, I guess it's accounted for. Interesting, this looks like it can be smashed from the side, all of this stuff here. Oh, something's going to happen. E50 FUM. You can kind of do that Jurassic Park shot of the glass of water shaking. This would be a good time for it. Maybe should have watched my landing before I just went straight down like that. Yeah, Sellotape, I think it was a mix of a couple of things. In terms of why they got rid of the Mystery Mushroom costumes, which I agree was a terrible idea. In terms of, like, it's a terrible idea to remove them because it really killed a huge aspect of the game. But I think they probably just couldn't figure out a good implementation for multiplayer, which they decided to prioritize as a new feature set. And additionally, while this would only have affected a few of the costumes, there were probably some licensing issues with keeping many of them as well. And also some issues with overlap with things they had planned, like the Link costume or anything like that, even though that was released a little bit after launch. Like, it would have been in development early enough that having confusion between that and the other amiibo costumes might have potentially been seen as an issue. There are all kinds of reasons from a sort of design perspective why you might imagine Nintendo made that decision. I still disagree with that decision, but I can kind of see why Maker 2 ended up having this very, you know, purely functional character to it. Anyway, Look at this guy. Oh, okay, the P-switch expired, so those no longer are eyes. They're back to being blocks. His eyes are shut. Anyway, Thomson Clown Cars, we talked about this a little while ago, I think, with one of the other levels that uses Thomson Clown Cars everywhere. Very early on in 2MM. Here they are like giant arms. I mean, they are giant arms, you're just getting punched in the face. And they do track you, and notice how quickly it tracks me as well. I think that's one of the things that makes this interesting, is that it is really just going after me, and the camera is working in such a way that maintains the illusion in terms of, you know, at the end, just having these arms look attached again, like they were attached the whole time. But yeah, Thwomping Clown Car is something that's potentially very janky. It's one of the things that I played with a lot on my own back in Maker 1 without much exposure to community knowledge about how to dejank it. And this is a great way to make it work, though, having things that you can smash all over the place, plus the bounce that you get off these trampolines everywhere. What was janky about the level? Yeah, looking forward to your explanation of the specifics for sure. Look at these one-tile gaps everywhere, so you can sort of slide to safety if you do get punched. Whoa, look at that. That whole stump and spring layer there really did a number on me. Whoops. It's interesting how much this feels like a skewer level, particularly the skewer levels in Super Mario World with those old collision rules, except with a movable piece. Acting like the giant foot in the opening credits of Monty Python's Flying Circus. You used to be able to just boop him off the screen. Yeah, I remember that problem with when I was playing with this mechanic. If it were fresher in memory, it's something I might thought to try. And yeah, just getting this movement to be nice and swift, so he gets back above you quickly and gets back to tracking your position. Whoa, didn't expect to hit the dry bones there. It didn't watch when it was waking up. Yeah, because otherwise you could just kind of tap him repeatedly from the bottom right and do a whole bunch of shoving. Anyway, very cool mechanic. For sure. Whoops. Anyway, like I said before, I really need to see the arms look like they're reattaching themselves. Okay, let's be careful here. Also, 4 pink coins that I hadn't even thought about yet up to this point. Yeah, it's sort of interesting to see the use of the stump and trampoline overlap in such a way that the stump height is going to take priority, so when Mario runs over it, Mario doesn't bounce. Then after the punch, the stump gets compressed out of the way, so that is pretty much the core of how this is gated in such a way that it does not bounce Mario, and does bounce the clown car. And of course, you know, with the spacing here, that's, I guess, partly because you can only have so many stumps before you run into issues with entity limit. Then, yeah, like I think a lot of it in terms of missing the bounce is partly just the stump spacing there. The aesthetic tracks for setting up so many of the mechanics, they actually look pretty unintrusive. And for something functional, they blend pretty well. Little archways everywhere. Like your own little swamp garden. I probably should not have stood on the left. Okay. But yeah, that bounce sending the clown car back really makes it track you quickly. Horizontally as well, or so it seems. It's a bit of an illusion, but kind of getting back into stomping range is something that sort of speeds up the whole interaction. Oh. Anyway, let's sneak in here, and then it's going to be another arm. Let's move that out of the way. Oh, okay, that's interesting too. Oh, okay, never mind. It's not done with me yet. Let's go forward. Okay, so it is just coin collection in this one zone here, then. It's not a secret's path. It's just back and forth, healing with both arms. Whoop. Wow, this guy really does get in the way. So the interesting question here is how to get to the one on top right when... Oh, I see, there is a... Well, I'm just seeing a lot of the setup here, actually, in terms of watching the springs get loaded from the initial curve. Wow. Let's see, donut block over there. Ah, okay, so, yeah, no, I want a spring to be available for me. That's how to do it. You have to unlock a certain location. I've noticed those donut blocks as well. That's... Yeah, so you get them to punch at a vulnerable spot there. That opens up a launch pad. Or you can do that. I do it for both, though. Oh. Okay, let's get out. Now, how did I get a mushroom replenishment earlier? Let's figure that out later. Punch this first. Come on. Yeah, have to get it back within vertical bounce range. It does miss a bounce. Okay, that was a very lucky hit on that dry bones. And look at that. With both arms spawned, it really does feel like they tucked themselves in at the end, like they've been doing throughout the whole level. Oh, okay, we punched him in the face. Okay, great. That's how to do it. Knockout. Naturally, I'm going to try to skip over this and see what else we can do. Yeah, that looks like it's going to be the secret, but I just want to check. Oh, I see. It's fallen over, and this is all the dental work that we'll have to recover afterwards. Fallen over with the axe. Just acting as the scalp that we're going to take here in 2YMM. That's a good choice of costume, by the way, using the Tanuki statue from SMB3 for something that is literally a statue level, so yeah, just kind of lying down on a job. What does Peace Wish do when we stomp on it at the end? Oh, yeah, it shuts its eyes. Right, because you're chopping it with the axe at the end, right? Its eyes are open and you just kind of land a finishing blow. That's one of the more stylish uses of the goal axe that I've seen, like using the axe as an axe. Just to inflict some extra brutality.
Sploosh.
Yeah, Atlantis, I guess it's not going to finish that high on the cake tier list, but thank you for the follow. Yeah, I typically run this as a Maker 2 stream, but for the past few weeks I've been doing Maker 1 on weekdays. Now let me see what's going on with the remaining list, because I have to make a decision about whether we can afford to do 5 more levels on what will turn out to be a pretty long stream, or whether I should save that for a second day, possibly even tomorrow. Because the next one is going to be Kavik's level. Oh, I actually noticed all the aesthetic touches. Well, I'm glad I did. I typically don't really have much of an eye for that, to be honest, but I think this level just kind of got my attention early and encouraged me to pay attention to that stuff, just right from the first room, so... Sometimes I think the level kind of needs to not only give you the space to process that kind of thing, but also present itself as the kind of creation where you should be taking notice. So yeah, we can kind of leave this as a short stream. We've got a couple of creations left. It's going to be Kavik, Bossman, Brug, Ratafi, and Composer. Those of you who are familiar with the project, you can tell me if there's anything particularly long among those, because maybe we can try to run this as a marathon stream and try to get through 5 more. I feel like that might be a bad idea. Or I could just continue tomorrow, which I hope I would be able to do. Let me take a look at the next one and we'll decide. Because I don't know if Kavik would be able to catch his live regardless. Maybe not. Now give me one moment here, I'll just punch in an X code regardless. And I'll just... You see, this is the problem with no longer having the bookmark site, is that you can't just look at things like the clear rates and clear times in advance. With the bookmark site, you could very easily do so, and it used to be that when I was kind of playing various makers exhaustively, I would sometimes use that for planning purposes, just to, you know, scout out in advance what like it was doable quickly. You know what? Here's what I'll do. I usually run the stream to about the 4-hour mark. I'm going to keep going. We'll see how we do after Kavik's level. And depending on time, if I have a few 2YMM levels remaining that I have to put off to another day, we'll do a kind of combination stream that's going to be 2YMM plus Maker 1 viewer levels in a kind of casual setting. Although Luca is telling me that this one is long, so... That's okay, let's do it. Let's do it. And we'll do it as our last one today, perhaps. And Document tells me this level is awesome. Really? By this guy? Really? Anyway, here's the description. The description is fairly lengthy, so let me just take a sip of my beverage before I read it in full. And for those coming in late, the level codes and descriptions are on the 2YMM website. The shared website for 1, 2, and 3YMM. And yeah, Sellotape, glad you enjoyed the tone of the stream. The description for The Hedgehog's Dilemma reads, The Hedgehog's Dilemma, or sometimes the Porcupine Dilemma, is a metaphor about the challenges of human intimacy. It describes a situation in which a group of hedgehogs seek to move close to one another to share heat during cold weather. They must remain apart, however, as they cannot avoid hurting one another with their sharp spines. Though they all share the intention of a close reciprocal relationship, this may not occur for reasons they cannot avoid. Both Arthur Schopenhauer and Sigmund Freud have used this situation to describe what they feel is the state of the individual in relation to others in society. The Hedgehog's Dilemma suggests that despite goodwill, human intimacy cannot occur without substantial mutual harm, and what results is cautious behavior and weak relationships. With Hedgehog's Dilemma, one is recommended to use moderation in affairs with others, both because of self-interest as well as out of consideration for others. The Hedgehog's Dilemma is used to explain introversion and isolationism. Anyway, let's step on Sonic. Okay. Pow and a hedgehog. We're going to spin off of this guy, go back to the POW, remove the munchers. It's gotta be that, right? Interesting coin here is a bit of a landmark. Let's do this. Move the Spiny. Get over here, and then... Can I bounce him directly? With an up throw, maybe. Oh wow, that was actually correct. It looked like the natural thing to do. And because of course you would do that. Really satisfying how snappy that mechanic is, though. Just like I saw these springs on column, you know, trying to bounce everything up. I didn't know what was going to happen off screen, of course, because Maker 1 camera logic precluded me from seeing that, but that all happened really quickly. Anyway. Feels really quite reliable, too. terms of just getting that thing to sail up that column. So let's not let the hedgehog get too intimate with us this time. Clearly, I spoke too soon. Okay. We'll bounce it. We'll let everything trigger. We'll put this back. And we'll go up. And yeah, sellotape, we don't want to snuggle up to this guy too closely. Yeah, okay, no, that was just a timing issue. I knew exactly what was going to happen there. I just didn't adjust my airtime after that spike top correctly. Okay. Up we go. Anyway, that's going to regulate the P-switch. That coin there, preventing me from progressing until the expiry. Okay. And then... okay, wrong way. And then we'll escort that through. That's going to give me some aid. I guess I should just go to the left, yeah. And then that's going to be a bounce. Okay. We make a good team. Yeah, interesting take on the teamwork level, which is kind of like a subgenre of its own. Okay, so yeah. No way through over there. That's just going to be a way for this level to dispense with everything. So let's see what we can do here. Everything's going to ride, and then, oh, look at that. It's my friend. And my friend is going to show to hammers who's boss. Obviously, I want to check that. No, that's the top. And yeah, because of the way that the... Whoops. Spiny was being kind of discarded in the end of the previous section. Like the... Whoops, I was trying to spin jump off of that, it was just a tiny bit too late. I was about to say that not only with the transition to the subworld here, but with the kind of starting and ending of each zone, things are kind of, whoops, aesthetically built in such a way that the rooms feel really distinct. Like, it doesn't have that kind of feeling of things bleeding over that you very often do in Maker 1, even when people put in a lot of attention to the screen boundaries, if that makes any sense. Wasn't there supposed to be a POW hit here? What happened? I feel like there was supposed to be a POW hit. Roger boy, yeah, you missed something that was kind of like a puzzle. Oh no, this is just a spiny... Yeah, no, I just was mistaken there. I don't know why I thought that was a POW hit. We've seen this before. Actually, Roger boy, no, I'd say that Julian's level with the fire mechanics, that was kind of like a puzzle. Like, not really a logic puzzle, but one that was about... you know, a lot of positional planning rather than platforming mechanics. But yeah, Roger boy, I'm going to have a lot of puzzle catch-up to do in Maker 2 once I'm finished with a lot of the stuff I'm doing in Maker 1. I'm way behind, and there have been so many good puzzles out there lately. Okay, no, going for a spin-off, that side will not work. We should probably go off the high Koopa for obvious reasons. Yeah, just a timing issue there for me. Okay. Let's do that. Up we go. And yeah, let's catch the next one. Yeah, the Koopa on the left is going to be a little too high for me to spin off it directly, so we'll just spin this way instead. That's going to be another release. Nope, that was supposed to be a short bounce. I just held into it slightly too long. Yeah, all very readable, I just didn't react very well. Okay. Let's go up here. And we'll anticipate that jump a little bit better. We actually do have plenty of time to see it coming. It's more, you know, being able to estimate in advance just what the hitbox on that shell is going to be like and how quickly it eliminates blocks on the way up. I have to say, the use of the pitched note blocks in this level is kind of a nice touch. I sort of notice the notes that are being played every time we send a shell careening forward. What? Anticipated that a bit too quickly. Yeah. Here we go. Poor Hammer Brothers. Killed by a major triad. Oh, whoops. Nah, bad idea. Let's wait for the next one. Whoops. No, I meant to bounce over to the spike top right away. I just thought I had slightly more time before I had to do so. I mean, I did do it blindly the first time, so... I need to disguise some of that setup time here. Oh, whoops. Okay, that's going to move over, and then we will go this way. Nope, we'll go... We didn't actually need a spin jump there. That was maybe a bit of autopilot. Look at this, it's like waking up in a bed in the cabin in a ship. You know, the pirates are coming to board the ship, and your first mate defends you. And then you kind of exit the captain's quarters with a bit of a hangover from all the rum from last night. It's basically what it is, with, you know, that checkpoint that has a pillow and everything. Okay, there we go. Let's fire this up. No, just a poor estimate once again. Yeah, I mean, Electrodude, that's the thing that's satisfying about Maker 1. It seemed like, in general, whether people were using things like amiibo costumes or not, that it was a greater emphasis on lore. And I think, you know, it's not just the mechanics, I think that was sort of much more part of the culture of the game. Whereas I think the very functional nature of Maker 2 has kind of attracted design sensibilities are also very purely functional in many respects. I mean, still lots of great aesthetic makers out there, but oh, we should have hugged that wall. But I think between Maker 1 and Maker 2, even with a lot of the continuity between the same people, the culture has really changed in ways that have had an effect on who designs what and in what style. It's amazing what a difference that makes and how much it matters and how noticeable that is. It's very rare that you'll kind of get a test case like that where you have a maker-style community that really dramatically changes in character between two installments of the editor. I'm kind of thinking back to things like the transition between, you know, Warcraft 3 and StarCraft 2, which for a number of reasons had like a really different editor culture as well. And also one where, you know, you had a lot of people kind of drop out from frustration with the newer game because of certain setbacks that there were. But with Mario Maker, I think it's even more vivid because, you know, we have such a good sense of what the Mario Maker toolset is, and that from a layperson's perspective, apart from the mystery mushrooms, you wouldn't think the differences are that big, and you would think that, you know, just having an additional toolset, a much bigger toolset in Maker 2 would just be, by itself, enough to just totally encompass the first game. And, you know, do everything that Mario Maker 1 could already do, which, for mechanical reasons, did not turn out to be the case, but I think even apart from that, a lot of it comes down to sort of the community incentives for building in certain styles over others. And that's really been one of the lessons of running so many Maker 1 levels from the perspective of somebody who had mainly been playing Maker 2 on the way back in. It is weird to sort of think about myself as somebody who... I sort of think of myself as somebody who didn't play that much Maker 1, partly because I was so detached from the community side of it during the middle years and, you know, put the game down for a very long time. Even before I went back to it this year, it was already, in the Wii U era, probably one of my most played Nintendo games of all time, for sure. Might even have been my most played game up to the Wii U era, and well, Nintendo-wise, like there are a couple of PC games that I put in a lot more hours on, but even given that, I often get the feeling that I missed out on Maker 1, which is ridiculous given how much time I spent on it. Whoops. But I definitely think I kind of missed out on the good stuff while it was current, and while people were still kind of excited about the process of research and discovery. Which in some ways is not a bad thing, because if you sort of came from the height of the Maker 1 community, you'd have a much more acute sense of what you were missing in Maker 2, and I think that's the demographic that sort of had the most frustration with Maker 2. Is the really most dedicated audience to the first game that, you know, just didn't want too much to be taken away going into the new piece. Whoops. Same mistake I made much earlier the last time I got there. Too high a bounce. Anyway, back to the captain's quarters. And then let's actually focus on this. This is not difficult stuff. But you do need to be paying attention. Yeah, that part sends you pretty far off screen. Plenty of adjustment time here. Nope. That was just a poor estimate of how many bounces I would have available at that point. Yeah, I think this is at least partly just disguising the shell setup on top of being a cutscene. Okay. Up we go. And let's tap that all the way up. No. Yeah, just... It felt like if I tried to go at 2 bounces, that it would be too far to the right at that point, and I wouldn't be able to make it over, so... I think the bounce pattern that I had there was already getting me into a bit of trouble. But you don't really have time to do much more than minimum bounces if you're playing safely. Because you don't really want too much airtime there just with how quickly the shell is moving. At the same time, though, that's clearly getting me into some trouble with reading that jump over the grinder blade. A little bit too ambitious. I don't really need to rush that as long as I accurately perceive that the muncher that's just sitting there is going to be the stopping point for the companion shell. Okay, let's try it again. No. Yeah, no, I should be kind of keeping my eyes on the yellow block, not on the muncher that gets loaded in, because the muncher is a moving target until it stops, and I'm just overshooting it. So if I'm trying to do it the slow way, the way to think about it is to not cross the column that's marked by the yellow turn block. But I think just kind of going straight ahead to the blue spike top as I was doing earlier is probably much more effective. Like right here. And yeah, just go fast. Hug the wall. Much better. Much, much better. Okay. Staying low is fine. The issue was that I was not cranking myself back to the right quickly enough when the shell made contact with the spike top, and so I lost a little too much momentum just by standing still there, or rather I failed to build up momentum in time. Okay, up we go. Whoops. Yeah, I should at least get some bounce off of that. Okay, up we go. Okay. Back in action. Let's clean this one up. There we go. That was a good landing. Very clean. Nope, too high. Once again, short bounces. And just changing my direction, or anticipating the red shell to the right. Document, you've got ahead? Yeah, glad you got to stay and see yours played live. Always nice to have a bit of developer commentary on the side. And enjoyed that one very much, so thanks for dropping by. Okay, let's load up. getting a little bit more fluent. Yeah, anticipating the shell in its direction of travel is actually pretty important here. It's much cleaner that way, in fact. Much, much cleaner that way. Okay, it's going to eliminate all of that. Okay, that was pretty satisfying. Eliminating that in advance. Same kind of principle as in Aphrodite or Noir's level earlier with the Goombas. Where the whole time I was basically you know, eliminating blocking pieces like the dry bones in that level, and here are the thwomps. Anyway, this part is going to fly. Yeah, really nice P-switch releases. And here's the Air Force. That's going to dump me in this location, and look at that, there's another Spiny who's just going to walk over and bomb everything. Okay, nice little landing here, pretty safe. Oh, and that other one is just going to walk away. Nothing down here, I just wanted to check the airship camera bomb as usual. Checkpoint 2. Anyway, that guy's going to wake up, and then when he wakes up, he's going to bounce. Or no, P-switch is going to do that, so. Never mind. Oh, this is time sensitive. I'm going to lose. No, never mind. That's fine. You just need to get to each P-switch. Whoa. This is where I'm going to get into trouble because I didn't adjust to the spin jump at the end. You just need to get to the end with a spin jump and get out. Okay, that's fine. We just wait for the other one to walk over. Drop me in. And yeah, okay, it's not really too tight at all in terms of time as long as you're not totally inaccurate. It was nice to just kind of directly understand in certain places like that you want to kind of take the trampoline with you. That was something that just felt very intuitive, and immediately we saw it become useful. Whoops. It's okay. Just need to go switch to switch. Yeah, pretty generous way of handling the up throw as well in terms of being able to contain it and activate the shell so long as you make contact in any direction. Also really enjoy the way that the pipes are used as connecting material for these boundaries as they snake around the layout. Oh, nope. This guy is going to be a problem. Okay. Glad I read that P-switch in advance. I think there's nothing to do here but wait it out, though, and then... I love that synchronization. That is symmetrical in the most satisfying way. But yeah, I guess waiting for the P-switch to expire just kind of built up a bit of anticipation for how that was going to go, and then seeing those come down symmetrically was just intrinsically rewarding. We'll see how consistently that behaves, but from the way it's set up, it looks like it should be pretty consistent, regardless of that P-switch activation, which is always going to come from that shell over here anyway. I guess some of the tracks here at the beginning are just to make sure the loading time is going to be consistent, so, you know, nothing is dependent on how the player gets off of that. This segment here looks suspicious. I feel like we could have opened up a passage on the right side to some kind of secret. I want to do this again, because I think if we came down here quickly and put this up, then the shells, instead of colliding, would bounce in such a way that one of them would eliminate all of this stuff on the right and create a passageway. I want to try that before we proceed. I mean, I could always check the door, but I absolutely want to try it. Because clearly that's the thing that the muncher is supposed to do, is prevent the collision. I can't imagine that being used for much else. Okay, down we go. Whoa. Thought I'd missed that one. Thankfully I didn't. Yeah, you see the bomb timing is set up pretty early when you don't have a lot of flexibility for where you're going to be positioned camera-wise. You come down here. Oh, I missed. We're doing it again. We're doing it again. It's clearly doable. I just need to not miss. And the idea is that you deny the collision. And then have a rather different interaction that's going to break out everything on the right side. Okay, that's going to drop. Gotta be careful not to just throw things into walls, expecting them to behave the way they do with Maker 2 physics. That would be a very easy mistake to make. But yeah, the timing of this mechanism is worth looking at. It's so precise. Okay, let's skip over. It will crash into each other at some point and be defeated in much the same way, I think. Shells are supposed to give you a key. Let's take a look at this. 2YMM, and then very similar, in fact, to Aegis Cook's 5YMM piece with the cake involving the two spinies kind of gathering on top of the cake at the end, except this time 2YMM has got a heart around it. Lovely cake. And even two little spiny cakes over here. Yeah, so this is kind of an alternate exit in its entirety. Alright, let's wait for this and drop in. Okay, I'm just looking ahead to what's remaining to just kind of see what we'll do. Is just 4 levels remaining. One Odyssey level that was released the same day as Super Mario Odyssey originally, if I'm not mistaken. Back in October 2017. Kind of like how this project also had Metroid level that coincided with the launch of Samus Returns in September of that year. And then after that, it was the 3 levels that were released late in 2018. So we have those 4 remaining. We're at the kind of 4-hour mark on this stream. And Luca, you're saying this emote you always thought was a cow's face? Yeah, close enough. I think what we'll do, because I don't want to risk turning this into like a 6-hour stream unexpectedly if I manage to crash out on Composer's level the way I often do with his. We will continue this probably tomorrow, and if I somehow don't make it, then we'll probably continue it on the Monday to Tuesday stream. We'll pick a day anyway, and as I said before, we will run the remaining levels. Hopefully it will go efficiently. It's just 4 levels. Some of them are relatively easy. It might go quickly. If it does go quickly, we are going to follow that up with some casual viewer submissions and suggestions here in Maker 1, or just browse more of these profiles and just kind of have a nice little way to close this out. I think I would rather do that than risk pushing today much too long. So that'll be a decision. I am kind of tempted to just continue pushing on, but I feel like that would be unwise. So we'll finish with the Hedgehog's Dilemma for today's stream, and we will continue this soon enough. For updates, do follow the Discord, and like I said, we'll likely do Maker 1 tomorrow, and then Maker 2 viewer levels the day after that in the usual slot that we have for it. So hopefully not too much whiplash going back and forth mechanically. And for the time being, we will send you on likely to somebody else who is doing Maker 2, although I'll scan around in case some alternatives present themselves. Thanks once again for watching. We are pretty close to the end at this point. And then we have 3YMM after that, so a whole other year of content. Stay tuned for where we're going next. Thank you for joining me. Hope you enjoyed watching the levels today. And we will see you again soon. As usual, fare thee well.